Hello. Hi, hi. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. I'm always stuck here. I'm always stuck here. Hi, hope you are doing good. Welcome in. Hi, Sandik. Hi, Zeal. Yip, yip, yip. Yip, yip, yip. Cobalt's yippin'. Very nice. Hope you are doing good. Can we get Zeal to 550 followers before 2025? That's 40 followers in night 3, dude. Well, I mean, I wish I could do it, but I am but one person. I mean, you saying it here, I wish I could help, right? I really do. That's like way too fast growth for you. I don't. You do have good vibes, though. I don't know. I mean, I do enjoy lurking in your channel. Most of the time, hell yeah, because it's great. But growth is good, right? I mean, to me personally, I feel like growth is good. But not rushed one, or like not not like a cloud that causes a huge burst of followers. That's bad, right? Imagine Zeal got raided by Tikri or Sky. Tikri is actually... Oh, I mean... it's hard to say with stuff like these. I mean, to me personally, I feel like Twitch stream growth, relying on raids is one thing, but I just feel like personal improvement is always like the best thing to do. Like eventually you're gonna get there, right? Sure, getting raided by like a huge numbers of people coming in, but the reality is, at least to me personally, reality is that people who raided in usually is the people who only wanted to watch the other streamer, right? So like most, not all, but most people would actually just like click away, right? But like one is one. Yeah, it gives followers but not viewers. You are exactly right. Yeah. It gives you followers but not viewers. So you might get a huge burst of followers, but you won't get like consistent viewers, right? Like my situation here, like I think getting real too early, but I think I'm okay with that. My situation is that I have shit, how much? 1634. I have 1634 followers, but like my concurrent average viewer was about 20. 20 or even lesser. So it's like followers is great, but I feel like I feel like having big followers is good, but it also feels like I usually roam around Twitch a little bit and then check like people with like huge following, but then their concurrent viewers is currently at like 50 plus or something. It's a weird sight to behold, but it happens. Yeah, I mean, I respect that, but when it's just that I'm being pressured, I don't really like that. I said no to them multiple times, and then mods told them to don't do it, and then they still do it constantly. I just don't tolerate that. I'd rather not. But I respect that you actually spend time, you know, getting to getting to like talk to them and stuff. Actually respectable. I just don't think I can do it because I mean at that point I was playing Marvel Rivals and I was already very stressed out, so that added peer pressure just doesn't make me feel good. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I want to play Balatro. So I did say that I'm gonna not play Balatro today. What a joke. What a joke. Oh my god, there's no way. Me not playing Balatro? Fuck. I have to play Balatro. I have to. I'm obligated to. I'm half dragon, so my dragon half requires shinies. Everyone requires shiny, not only just dragons. Have shiny heart? You do? There. Done. This is also where the situation where people say that people say that I'm pretty nice Kobo, but then I just feel like, no. I don't think I am anyway. And I think this is pretty evident, I feel like. I don't know. It's just how I feel. Okay, so where are we at? We found all tarot cards. We have one more planet? Ooh. What else could be there? Some of the spectral cards I just don't want to use, man. I cannot unlock them, but I have to. Discover every planet card. We did this, now we need this. This is like one negative already. I'm gonna drink. Nice. It's like the lunch I had today was okay. It was okay. It was really slow. That's why I'm very late today. I started at 1. Oh my god. It happened again. It happened too many times. Are we gonna go with the 2 pair again? Two pair? two pair. I love 2 pair. Time zones are a pain. They pretty much are. I agree. Because of time zones, there's so many streamers that I want to watch, I can't. Because I'll be asleep by then. It's like, T3 being one of them. Like T3 streams when I'm asleep. At least I fixed up my sleep schedule, just woke up at 7 AM. Ooh! Ooh, that's an early bold. Alright, I need this magic trick. I want it, I need it. 2 pair? 2 pair. I'll literally go insane if Zeal decided to start streaming when I'm asleep. Good morning, Zeal. Hi, Defiant. Yip creatures, heck yeah. 7:22 right now. It's 1:22 here. 6 hours difference. 2、3、4、5、7、4 JA. Oh, I can bet for flush actually. There we go. Two more discard. I could try to bet for flush again. Tree. Diamond. More diamond. Oh, this two. Two pair. 20加18 38加12 50乘到100 it works. 100. Oh, hi Brecky. Mostly say I didn't want to end it at 4 AM. Still ended up going till 2 AM, but that's besides the point. There's so many tarot cards. I need this though. Hope I didn't get Brecky. Thanks for the hit pick. No Joker. This is a Jokerless run, and I'm using black deck, and I'm a Jokerless run. I got all tarot cards. So the shop, I got 3 tarot card, 1 planet card. Oh no! All hard cards are debuffed. I can start for full house, why not? Hardest deck Jokerless. There has to be a Jokerless deck, isn't it? There has to be. Oh, that's pretty good. 10 KK 99J. 2K 2 10s 2 9s. All of them has like 1 heart. There may or may not be a challenge that. Oh shit. There has to be a challenge level, don't there? Oh. I'm throwing away this. I got this, right? Even the 2 pair should do, but I still want to be careful. 3 8 2 8 1 3. Oh, that's a little bit difficult. 2 discards though. One 4 1 5 2 8. All it takes is 1 bad card to reduce the most basic deck to lunacy. I think Jokerless is fun. I enjoy playing that because it's so different from everything else. Every decision super matters. Yeah. Like, without Joker to actually carry the point. Okay. Carry the points. Three. How many? No hearts, right? More diamond than clubs. Man, do I try to go for a flush? This is kind of spicy. I'm a little bit scared. See, the thing is, if I do this, I don't have 2 pair. Would a 2 pair work? Okay, let me try. So 855 16 16 3 36 36 46 46乘2 46乘2 92 92加528。Let me get my calculator. 92加50 528。Oh, it's enough. I can just do this. I win. Money. Plate face card gives 30 chips when scored. 2 pair? Plus 1 hand size. Oh, I need it. I'll play with 2 pair then. This is my first Joker. And it only sells for 2. I need to save money for this one. Did both get my reference? Hmm? What reference? The -1 hand is really tough in this, and you barely got a benefit. Barely get a benefit from the extra Joker slot early game, which makes this deck really hard. Yeah, I never realized that. I remember playing Black deck for a bit, because I was like, oh, 6 Jokers! Oh my god! And then the more I play it, the more I feel like, why is this so difficult? And then I keep losing early on, it's like, oh, I see, yep, Will not get the deck to work. At least I have this one now, so I can focus the 2 pair. This works. I think that's a win. Yep. Okay, two pair are really good. Ooh. Every time I play card, I set it to you. Oh, I couldn't get it! This is so good though! No. Wait, I could get it. Mine. Okay, now we need to buy all the standard packs. Like all the standard packs. Mega, Jumbo, whatever. Just get them. Yeah, I gotta get some money. Oh, this is really strong too because I have this. This is why I got this. Playing cards can be purchased from the shop. It's like, yep. So, man, I just wish I can get it to work. So it's like, it's so spicy now. Next base edition shop Joker is free and becomes foil. I could get this because I don't think I can do 12. I can though. You know, I totally can do it because of this. Just need to play around to flush. Flush. That was fast. I have a pair here. I have 2 more hands. It's fine. Flush. This is not gonna do much. Okay. We can play 2 pairs. We can play 2 pairs. Or 2 4s, 2 7s. 2 kills, 3 king. I'm gonna discard queen. Just because there's only 2 queens and there's only 1 queen on board. I have 2 4s, I have 2 7s. Yeah. And I got a queen. Wow. Alright, gonna discard queen again. I don't believe queen is gonna happen again, is it? 1 queen, 1 jack. Wait a minute. Seven is fine, 6 is fine. But I want to discard more cards. I'm so good! Is the boat counting cards? I am actually counting cards now. Maybe I am learning the game a little bit. I couldn't buy this though. Sad. Tree of a kind? No. I need Mega Arcana pack. Buffoon pack. I really need money, but I really need Joker as well. I'm betting on this one. Please give me something good. Balatro gods! Balatro gods! I mean, this one works. For now. for now it works. Yeah, Stencil makes me survive. Alright, good shit. Card play previously, this ends our debuff. Oh, I play a lot of cards. Yeah, I play a lot of cards. Oh shit. I'm gonna throw away the debuff cards. This is straight. Let's get straight. Oh, sorry, I cannot. Oh, that's a straight. Wow. 6, 7, 9, 10 Q. I have not woken up yet. That's my excuse. I would wait for these cards, but they are debuffed though. This game confuses you. It's pretty much just playing poker against yourself, I think. I always put it that way. Six, 7 is possible. 10 is not too possible because I did discard that. So I'm gonna do this. Please, please, 2, 3, 2, 3, 4 is set. So 2, 2, 3 are in Jack 2. Oh shit. Oh, this is tough. I need a 2 pair for this to work. If I do 3 of a kind, it's a little spicy to do 3 of a kind here. But I have this one. I can play 1 3 of a kind. It's not bad. Okay, okay, I'll take it, I'll take it. I think this is a win, even though this both is debuffed. Yippers! I should go pick up some Brackies. Brackies sounds good. Well, Bracky is also cute. 1 in 4 chance for each played 8 to create a tarot card when scored. I have to get this. Ooh, I need money. Yeah, I need money. Yes, 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 yes. Game is being very nice. Oh, this only costs 1. But no, mint breakfast. I know, I know. But pick up Brekkie and Hug is pretty good. Should I just play like this? 3 Joker with black deck? Yeah, Standstill and Hologram alone win. If I can get like a lot of, I believe it's Uranus to get 2 power. This is so expensive though. I want to save some money even though this is very tempting. So tempting. Ooh. Next round. So tempting. 5 times 1.5. Yeah. You get easy wins now, so you don't have to focus on more scoring. Oh! Heart, clap, clap, clap. Fuck. Oh, this game is evil sometimes. More chance for a 5. I'm telling you, if I discard these, they're gonna come out. Or not. Thank you. Damn. Save up for interest gives you many more benefits later when you do need scoring, so you don't sit there and have nothing to do. Yeah. Interest is 5 per round, right? I'm gonna buy 2 of these. Spectral Pack. Spectral Pack has the car Galaxy collection. This one, but it's such a small chance. I mean, these 3 works. Like these 3 will do. But this one is of course like the best case scenario. Spectrum might be worth it with hologram. Feel like it, dude. There's a better best case scenario. There is? Well, I'm going for it. And polychrome to render Joker, destroy all the Jokers. Create a copy of render Joker, destroy all the Joker. I want to add polychrome to hologram. Is it too risky? I feel like it's too risky because I don't have mult anymore if I do that. Ah shit, I'm so greedy though. Like, it's gonna be good for the long run if I add hologram to this one, so I have to sell these 2. And hologram is only ×2 now. Standstill currently is way stronger. I might lose this one. But I'm gonna go for a polychrome. I'm gonna go for it. Because of this, I'll get... Are we going for this one? Play on one hand, type this round. So, always 2 pair. Arc would be way better. Is it? Oh, 2 hologram, right? Ah, shit. I was looking at the hologram. 2 holograms 2 way better than polychrome. You're totally right.
Chicken nuggy.
Chicken nuggy? Hi, Platebringer. Dink? Wait, I don't need to do 2 pair anymore.
Yep, yep. Yep.
Kobo, fuck yeah.
Yip, yip.
Yep.
Yip. Alright, 2 pair it is.
Yep.
I feel like 2 pair is
shiny.
so weak though.
Yep.
Yip yip.
Yep, yep.
Times 4. A flush. A flush is like the best case. I mean, best case is definitely this one, but like wishful thinking, I feel like a flush is a much better chance of getting it. We can bet for a diamond. I feel like full house and straight is too hard to get. Even though right now situation is pointing towards full house, but I don't trust it. I'm betting for a flush. Okay, that worked out. Yeah, it's not as good. You judge the situation correctly. No matter what you use there, you lose your mult and probably lose. Yeah. I should have gotten 2 hologram. Even full house doesn't win in one hand. Yeah, it doesn't. I mean, the base mult is just 4. And times 1.5 and times another 2.25 is not that much. It's okay. I mean, just keep going with flash. Just keep going with flush. Who knows? I might be able to make it. When this one triggers, maybe. Spade. Okay, one last, one spade card. Fuck! Oh wait, I need 2 spade cards. Oh. I blame this. We blame this one on Kobo greed. Yeah. 100%. I see shiny, I cannot help it. It is shiny. It's shiny. I have to get it. It's shiny. I'm gonna apologize by... Okay, there we go. Bleppin works. Nah. Not allowed. All good, all good. Best Kobo? Wow, there's so many other Kobos out there though. Oh, Fulashu. Why is it confusing? Flashu. Oh, I need this. I need it. Don't look. Don't look. Just save money to get the hand size. I know, but your best one? Wow. I mean that's a huge compliment. I'll take it. Will you cheap pop JQA? Why am I not surprised? Ooh. Why did that work now? Why did that thing work now? Huh? Streamlabs, you dum-dum? Why did it work now? Good, it works. Very nice. Thank you, Plaguebringer.
Yep.
Gosh diggity dang on the sub for tier 1. Oh my god. Thank you. Enjoy emotes and no ads. Because ads bad. I hate ads. Have I ever talked about ads before? Because like the mobile phone ads is like the most cancerous thing ever. I need one more. We do one high card. We do one high card. Oh my god, why is it so sad? I thought I'm gonna lose. No hand, 1 interest, 4 money, 5. This game. This game wants me to choose. I mean, 50 chips is really good though. If I get this, I can almost guarantee a win for the next blind. If I get this, I get 1 hand size forever. Well, not forever, but throughout this run. I cannot decide. Fuck it. Oh shit! -1 hand size. I love this game. Only this game allows me to like make a lot of weird noises. I don't know. It happens. Fuck. Ooh, 50 chips. Technically, if I do 3 2-pair, I can win. But I kind of want. Held in hand has 1 in 2 chance to give 1. I kind of want that though. 3, 4, 10. All of them has like. Three of a kind and 2-pair. Yeah, 3 of a kind is better. I mean, full house is a lot better, but yeah, 这样999 93 21 50 51加50 100加300. This is actually really okay. Money. No money. I should have won that one. Did I lose to greed again? I probably did. 2 discards. I just need a 2-pair. Or flush. Oh. I almost choked. Oh, wow. Stretch them bones. I did. Hey, look, it's Uranus. I have to get this one first. If you wanted to be safe, you would also picked up the misprint for the previous shop and probably be safe for a bunch of runs trying to make money with the reserve parking. Oh. Yeah. It's my decision making is not the best currently. I have a lot more diamond, but I have a full house. Okay, more face cards. Not face card, but okay. Think this is win. Okay, 1 money, I'll take it. I won't backseat your decision making. Companies learn themselves. True, true. I appreciate that. Even though it kind of hurts sometimes, you know, when I do something dumb and I feel like chat is like, I need money. If I buy this, I will not have any interest. The next one is big blind. Big blind 1200. 1200 might be very hard. A celestial pack is probably going to help here. I need this. Wow. No. No, really? Ah. Damn. Unfortunate. A hundred chips in plate hand contain a tree of a kind. I'm buying this so that I have a chance. If I have a tree of a kind, I can win it. That's the thing. It's free and becomes polychrome. Polychrome though. But what if it's like go minus 20 in depth or something like that? No. Money. Okay. 2 pair? Oh, face cards though. I need money. That was a huge waste. I need to play... I only have 3 hands. I need to play a full house or some shit. I had to do it. Boo. This is not win, but... Wait, this might be win though because of this one. 150? Oh no, okay. I didn't get money from that. Little cheap bunches. 2 3s, 2 6s. 3 9s, 2 7, 2 8. 2 2s, so... I just need 6 or 3s. If not, a 2-pack could still do it, I think. Or a 4 of a kind. I'm not making money from this reserve parking. When small blind or big blind is selected, gain times 1.5 mult and destroy a random joker. When a blind is selected, destroy joker to the right and permanently add double its sell value to this mult. I think this is for riffraff, isn't it? This one is random joker, but it's times mult. This one is more stable, but it's plus mult. I need this. It's so unstable. Okay, we already have a full house and that's a win, alright? So I just need to bet for more face cards. Okay, face card. Right? Actually, so lucky. Thank you, Balatro gods. Give me face cards, please. That works. One, I'll take it. One is one. Foil, holographic, and polychrome cards appears 2 times more often. I could buy this one first. Could help a little bit. But it's just a little bit. So if I buy a celestial pack, I can still have 1 interest. Why is it always straight flushes here? It's a face card. No, I cannot bet on it. Okay, 1 face card. The game is being very nice to me. Oh, I have more chance for a 9. Reserve front, you really need more hand size. Okay. I'll take it, Wait, actually this... I think this wins. So I'm gonna use my discard to hopefully get 1 more face card. That didn't really work, but this is definitely a win. One money? One hand size gonna help. I mean the thing is, most Joker is gonna help. The only problem is that, are they gonna help a lot or are they gonna help a little bit? That's the problem. Okay, we can go for flush or full house. I mean, full house will be best, but flush when push comes to shove, flush works. Whoa. I guess I can make do with a flush for now. It's not much, but it helps. And I can get this chance of money. 1 money, okay. One flush is this. What? Oh my god, it's Kobo's friend. Hi, Kobo Gold. Welcome in, Raiders. Oh my goodness. Let me do this real quick. You're playing Overwatch 2? Wait, there's an Overwatch 2? I thought there's only Overwatch 1. Oh, how was Overwatch 2? Hopefully it was fun. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in more Kobo friends. I'm Tiara. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love Dragons 2 bits. And I do art on some Thursdays and Mondays. On some. Welcome in. Hope you are doing good. I remember saying that I don't wanna play Balatro anymore yesterday before I end the stream. What a joke. What a joke. Oh wow. I mean that's a huge win. So let me try to get more. Which is a JQK. Get more face cards, please. Or not. Okay, up to you. That's how they get you. Yeah. Oh shit, that's not enough. Oh, that's not enough. Wait, I lost. Sorry I'm late. Nah, it's all good. You know, the post-stream care is very important. The Kobo loves all. The Kobo loves all. Ooh, yeah, everything is just not enough. I miscalculated. I totally did. I hope. I mean, there's not much I can do. Okay, that's not good for the heart. Wow. +8 malt. Oh my god, please, I need this. Oh. This one helps too. I want to sell this one. Hi, malicious Big Pine. Next one is already boss blind, right? Oh no. I need all the help I can get. I need to get this one. I'm gonna lose. I'm out of money again. Wow. Extra large blind. I could try to go for a flush. I know there's a pair here, but I'm gonna throw it away. I need the pair to get malt though. I can also have this one. Ah, flush, flush. Okay, this is like, I guess this is literally the best case scenario. I might win from this. Oh! Okay, okay, okay.
Imperil TV.
Hi, Canine. Yep. Two money, okay. I have two discards. I can try to get one diamond card without discarding the other face cards. I'm gonna try once. If there's no diamond card, I'm discarding these two as well. Okay, thank you, game. Wow. Oh, that's a lot less malt, though. Wait, I'm gonna discard... I'm gonna discard one of these. That works. That's 3 face cards. Oh, 2 money! Okay, okay, we're making a lot of money this one. Contains a 2 pair. Reroll costs 2 less. Level up flush. Contains a 2 pair. Contains a pair, contains a 2 pair. A pair and 2 pairs literally like match made in heaven, isn't it? So I need to play 2 pairs now? If I get this, I'm just gonna play a 2 pair. I'm gonna get it. So I'm not gonna buy this then. I'm gonna sell... I know I can have one more, but I'm gonna sell this and buy this. So that I can still have 10 money. So that I can 2 interest, right? Money. That was money. Yep. Okay, so we're just playing with 2 pairs now. I'm gonna get rid of this one because... this.
Nice, nice, nice. Okay, okay, we're getting something. We're getting somewhere. Three is a chance. 4, I don't have 4. 5, 6 is also good. 9, 10. Okay, all of these are literally okay, so 10, I just need 2 pair. I'm betting on this. Oh. Okay, I guess that works. I'm gonna get rid of this one because of this 10. Money. Yes! 1! 1 is 1! 1 is 1! Retrigger first plate card using scoring additional 2 times. This is the high card build, right? If I get this early, I might play with it. But Arcana pack. I'm gonna buy this and still get 15. Give me something good. Gold, lucky. Temperance, 8. works, I think. Since I need the face card to be there, that's why I made the decision. That was early. Okay. Queen and ace works. 3 not good, 4 not good, 6 not good, 8 not good. Oh, I'm not gonna discard 8. Why'd you give me a straight here? One last discard, if not I have to use these two. Oh, I mean a full house works. A full house is also a 2 pair and a pair, so I'll take it. Nice, nice. Oh, nice, nice. I'm getting somewhere. I'm getting somewhere. I've seen broken infinity setups. It's crazy where someone phantom copies throwing out useless cards or triple repeating with specific jokers. I'm not surprised. Games like this, yeah, it happens. But all I want now is to win. +4 mult. That's very generic. Yup, yup, yup. Yup, 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 yup. I mean, it only costs 1.
Yark! Yip yip.
But I'll actually rather buy Earth and then buy a Celestial pack. Reserve parking is actually the most exploitable way to make money. Is it? And not the mail rebate? The mail on the way that I make money yesterday was pretty crazy. It's not even close? Holy shit, I'm surprised. Rebate is better for your standard run. Oh. So for like the crazy setup runs, guess it's different. Your anus! Found it, finally, thank you. I need your anus. The mark, all face cards have drawn face down, and that's not gonna do much. If you do crazy reserve parking stuff, you can get like 5 mil in one. How the fuck? I mean, that does sound very specific, yeah. Oh, I remember. Isn't there a Joker where all cards are considered face cards? Is that why? I mean, that's gonna be one of them. Yeah, I understand. Oh wait, that's 500k. That Joker has nothing to do with that? Crazy. Oh, you gave me a flush. Flush is good, but it's not gonna help at all here, so I'm gonna discard them. Home for a 9. That works. I'm gonna discard this one for this to happen. Not bad, not bad. Is this to the same card? Wait, no, they're not moving. Ten. 5, 4. I have to bet for a 9 and I can only discard 2 cards. One. Okay, let's try once. Shit. No more ace, right? Yeah. I had to do it. Tree. Uh-huh. Shit, I might lose this one. Ooh. I have a pair here. The possibilities are endless. This could be a JJQQK or JQQQK, JJJQK, JJJJK, whatever. I just... I can't tell. I don't know what they are. I was like the 3 right cards from the flip cards with the 9. The only way to lose would be you have 3 kings, 1 queen, and 1 jack, which is really unlikely. So if I choose this one, this could be jack jack queen or jack queen queen. So the only way to lose is jack queen king king king. That's probably at least a 2 pair. Oh, I see. Even a full house maybe if this gets crazy. Alright, I'm betting on it. There's no way! Hey yo, what the fuck? Well, I mean, hey, we got the rare one. I consider that as like lucky. Wow, actually a jack queen king king king. Wow. Okay, that's funny. That's funny. Right. The best odds. Gonna believe in the odds. Risky? That's not even risky. The way we play is the safest possible. The odds. Gonna love the odds. I mean, early on, I think flush is our best bet. It was a 50-50 if you select the 3 to the right or the 3 to the left. We lost the coin flip. Yeah, it's a 50-50, and we totally fumbled that one. 6、7. Oh, that was close. 8、9、4J. If I can get a 7, but I'm not gonna play that, it's okay. A flush would do it. Like 2 flushes would do it. Or 1 flush would do it. If play hand contains 3 or fewer cards, so I just play with a pair then. I mean, I'll take this to like support, I guess. Early game support, any joker works. So if I had 1, I can just do a pair. I can actually like bet for a 3 of a kind. I don't believe it. Okay, that wins. Oh, that wins. Oh, okay. Yeah. The odds, man. The odds. Gain 3 of sell value at the end of round. So the more I hold on to this card, the more it sells? I'm gonna hold on to this so that I can sell for big money. Yeah, money. Money. Must play. This game is evil! This game is evil! They gave me the half joker, I didn't even see it. Oh my god, this is so raw. Queen, 1 queen, 2 jacks. 8 hard cards. I'm gonna play flush. 3 flushes will still win. Oh. Wait, that's a straight flush. I just realized. Thank you, game. Ooh. Value up. So you sell for more now? Play cards with odd rank gives 31 chips when scored. I'm buying this and I can gain interest. Hey, this wins. Ooh. Okay, we are starting to make money, which is really good. Oh, so each Each round gives 3 sell value. Oh! Egg is really good with the swashbuckler, that's why! Oh, sell value! Oh, ayo! I just realized, wow. It's okay, I mean, I'm just gonna get with this three cards and just keep going. I mean, this tree is very good early build. Odd Todd. There. Becomes 11. Ooh. Oh, 3 money per round. Played ace gives 20 chip and +4 malt when scored. Flush? No. I'm gonna keep going. What's the next one? The Manacle. -1 hand size. It's not too big of a problem since I only need to play 3 or fewer cards. 25 is the maximum interest without the seed, right? So oh wait, these are all even cards. Right, I need odd cards, I forgot. Jack is not 11, right? It's not 11, 12, 13 for JQK. So I'll just get rid of this. I'll get a pair. It's not the best, but yeah, I need one more 3 or 5. Any even cards? Oh, any odd cards is gonna be good. So because of that, I'm actually gonna throw away these cards and hope for these. I'll play a pair, and then the next one, hopefully I get any of these. Or that wins, okay. Nice, nice. Okay, we're racking in the money. Good. I don't think I won this, since I only played like 3 of a kind or pair. Yeah, I played pair the most. No, I'm not buying that. Choose one of the 4 Joker cards. I need Joker now, so... Every play card permanently gains +5 chips when scored. As the number of times Pokemon has been played this run to Malt. Actually, this one is pretty good. I want this one. And 1 out of 4. So but cheap. I still have 20. Okay. Hologram. I'm buying hologram. Like, just because it's hologram, I have to get it. Or even just a played card. I mean, I'm gonna play this. It's not gonna win, I feel like, because of this, but I just want to have this buff. Hologram. I just need to get as much playing card as possible now. Each hand is 1 money. What if I discard 1 and then I get a 5 or 10? Nope, didn't. Nice. Oh, playing card. They're all they're all even cards. Can't believe it. One more Joker. I don't want this. This is the first time I actually don't want Telescope. Am I going for the boss? No. Okay, big blind first. I'm buying this. Misprint. I mean, misprint is kind of a gamble, but I'll take it. This one is like time 1.25. Good enough. Next one. No. I mean, Triple King wins, so they say every played card. Yep, I'm gonna do it. Every played card I wanted upgraded. Didn't you say? Oh, when scored. Oops, I'm stupid. When scored. Oops. Oops. I should have read better. Fuck. Only when scored. Reading. Yeah, reading is hard. Oops. Club. Spades. Standard pack. I'm getting this one. Oh! The Joker placement matters to each other. Yeah, I know. That's why I put hologram the last one. Oh, club and a debuff, okay. I think even if I do this, I'm still gonna get low points. I just want this to buff as much cards as possible. I'm gonna like get rid of this one. Yeah, it's not much, but it's still pretty good. Two jacks, two queen. Oh my god. I'm hoping for a queen after this. I still have one discard left. Or I get this. I mean, it works. Yeah. I think this wins. Yeah, even card. Odd cards, not even. Oh! I'll play one. I want maximum interest. All pair? What is this? All pair? I'll play this. That's not bad. I don't feel like I like this card now. Because I have this. I have this and... how much will a full house score? This wins because of this, I feel like. I don't like this half joker anymore. I want something else. Gonna play. Okay. Yeah, I don't need the half joker anymore. It does carry really strong on early game, but now we're halfway. Ooh, steel card. Creates a tarot card with discarded. I feel like the steel is much better. Times 3 mult if all cards held in hand are spades or clubs. Very specific? Depends on how the misprint treats you. Yeah, just now I got really lucky. Like really lucky. +1 mod per hand play, -1 mod per discard. What? I feel like this is even better than the half Joker. Like, I know this one requires full house, but I want to play 5 cards now because of this. Plus 5 cheaps permanently is pretty strong. Yeah. And this one helps too if I can play 5 cards. Alright, 25. What's the agate right now? 25. You don't set the you have a Temperance card for Arcana pack and make you. Oh right, I forgot about that. I'm in a full house, and I know this is wild, but I'm gonna discard all of these. Oh, pair is stronger than 2 pair now? But I get more cards upgraded like this. I'll just play this. Probably not the best idea, but I'll try. Okay. I think that's a win. Yeah, I think this is a win. Nice too, barely, but it works. Hi, Evie. No, it's not giving me any standard packs. So I hope you're doing good, Evie. Plus 80 chips if played hand contains a 2 pair. It's better than Trio of a Kind, honestly. 2 pairs is way easier to come by. I'm gonna start buying booster packs. Am I gonna go blind? The guard. All spade cards are debuff. I don't like spade card. I don't like debuff cards. Fuck. The Sky Blue Durgan. Oh my god, dragon. Want to hear a very niche tip? If it's gonna help a white steak, I guess. I mean, I just started playing this game not too long ago, and by that I mean 2 days ago. Yeah, sure, I guess. Also, hi, dragon. Son, what you? I need pair, and I need odd number. Pair and odd number. I'm just gonna throw these out. Hey, that's a flush and a half. Sometimes the text will show the next card you will draw, the last letter and number. What? It flashes too fast, I cannot keep up. 115, add 115. Number 15? No. Number 15, Burger King fruit lettuce? Burger King fruit lettuce. I'm gonna throw away this card because I can throw them away and I want a tarot card. and with 1 in 4 chance? It didn't work once yesterday. Not even once. It's gonna work now. I hate this game. Yeah. Ooh, that's pretty good. Well, your fortune is so rigged. I know, right? Fuck. they never work. 4? That's kinda cool. Two pair, throw this card away. Oh, that did it. Money. Dog. Ooh, I want it. I mean, I can make more even. I can make more odd cards for this. And of course, I'm gonna buy this because of hologram. Hologram. Oh. I hate it because it's a glass card though. I like this because it's money. 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 I couldn't help it. I need money. If I buy this, I will not have like maximum interest. But... Hermit or Temperance. I can reroll once. Stonks. That's why you keep the egg. Oh my god, egg OP. Your anus. I want it. Alright, next one. Simon blind. Money. Wait, I can cheat though. Make them odd. Oh! Oh my god, I'm such a cheater! Wow! Wow, why am I cheating? Oh, money. Oh! 90 JQ， 哎呀，我操，差一个 K or A。 Your anus with a space killed you? I like your anus. Your anus cool. Don't take that out of context, I'm scared. No. Oh my god. I mean, three of a kind works. So 3 trees, a lot of 5s, 3 9s, 3 aces. Chances are I'll get 5. Maybe? Hey, I want a tarot card. Oh! 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 Shiny! Oh my god, I love this game! Wow, when this game is being nice to me, I love it! Money. Oh! Ooh! Numbers. Slot machine W37s in shiny. Every Balatro player ever be that way, I swear. I mean, I don't fault them. It do be that way, yeah. Mercury. Mars. Pair. I'll get pair. My hologram is just so sad right now. I'm never getting any new cards. I keep getting buffoon pack. Truly a buffoon moment. At 34 right now. If only I have Swashbuckler. Penis! I'll buy it. Plate aces give plus 30 chip and plus 4 mult when scored. Ace is odd number? Ace. The food pack could give you a joker to add cards. Is there a joker to add cards? I hear the P word. Patreon? Pokemon? I don't know what you're talking about. Club. Plus 2 hand size, minus 1 hand each round. This is spicy, isn't it? This is kind of spicy. No, I don't wanna. Yeah, I know, right? I'm sure the P word is fine. I would not say penis. Nope. Two pair of aces. I feel like how much ace do I have? 4. I have so many sevens. I'll reroll once more. Each played ace 2, 3, 5, 4, 8 gives +8 mult when scored. Plus 50 chips as well. Oh! Nanti dulu, this is memang bagus. Alright, very nice. This is gonna help with this a lot, so... Money. 7, 8, Q, Q... Oh, it's all even cards. Oh wait, 8 helps. Get up, Q. There it is again? What? No. Two, 3, 5... 2, 3, 5, 8. Ace. Maybe a flush, hopefully? Yeah, that works. Money. Ooh, that's kind of okay only. Ooh, 6, 7, 8. Ooh. I don't like 6. 6 is not here. 5 is good, but I want the tarot card. I'm going to discard this. For a flush, maybe? Ooh, I want it. Ooh. Wait a heckin' minute. I want money. 6, 7, 8. This should do. I mean, it's not gonna help a lot of this one. But the odd card is gonna help. Aw. Oh, wait, that wins, okay. More dink? Dang, I'm scared. I don't think I can stop playing this game. Dog, I need this. I have a lot of money now. High card, straight flush. 4 of a kind, 3 of a kind, full house. I'll get full house. No flush though. Arcana pack. 2 lucky cards. Spades, gold card. 2 planet cards. I want to use Emperor again. So I'm using... Yeah, I'm gonna use this one. Oh, money! And then get Emperor. Oh my god, money! 2 clubs. I don't think I need that. Oh, it could help with some... No, I don't want it. Oh, Oh. Look at the boop on my paws. Oh my god. I got the boop. Hi Kobo. Hi Nick Kobo. Reroll once. Putol? Yeah, sure, why not? The number of time Pokemon has been played this. I'm very. Yeah, it's all over the place. It's not that good. Yep. 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 Oh my god, yep. Yep, good. Alright, next round. Is it the boss blind already? Yeah, it is. All face cards are drawn face down. I can actually just discard all the face card now. They're not even that important. Wait, I wanna become big. Everyone, a Kobo barcode. There's two music going on. It's alright. Bing! And look at that, two Kobar code. Kobar code. Times 3 mount on final hand of round. Time plus 10 mount if played hand contains 2 pair. Does this help? I mean, this one's gonna come in clutch, I feel like, but I don't think I like this. What? Milk. What if I scan the Kobo when I get a shiny? Nah. I took all the shiny. I had to. I'm gonna take all the shiny, it's mine. I think this is okay. I'm just gonna go for the next round. I don't think I want this. A Z-Mark. Oh, look at that. Small numbers helps actually. So 2, 3, 5, 2, 3, 5, 8, ace. 2, 3, 5, 8, ace. I want to flush, but throwing away 3 is kind of sad. That works. Ooh, that's pretty good. 5, 5, 8, ace, ace, face card. 5 good? 5 very good. Makes sense because my Sona is a cow dragon. Ooh, cow dragon. Never really heard of that before, but heck yeah. I want to bet on... Oh, I only have 1 ace. I have multiple 5s. I could discard 8, 8, 9 and a face card. And hopefully get a 5. I got a 5, but I want to discard it for a tarot card. No, I need to win. I need to win. It's alright. How many 5s do I have? 2 5s. Do I dare? Do I dare? I mean, a 2 pair works too. Ooh. Wait, I got it. Thanks, game. Love ya. Wow. Both mod if played hand contains a strike. I'm just gonna buy this. Oh, just think of a big friend-shaped dirk with others, pretty much a well-rounded hybrid. It sounds pretty good. Ooh, money. Rerolls cost 2 less. Of course I'm gonna get it. Look at my money. Let me check if there's any good Joker card. I kinda want to replace Misprint. Yep. Earn 1 for each night in your full deck at the end of round. Plus 30 chips for each remaining discard. Ah, it's not even that good. Nah. One in 4 chance for each played 8 to create a tarot card when scored.
Go for the Chinese yip money.
Go for the Chinese yip money? Of course, every time. It's mine. 1 hand size. Played ace. 1 hand size. Yeah. One more time. Ooh, I want it. Bye. Hey, it's a blueprint! Oh shit. Well. Goodbye, misprint. It's nice knowing ya. Do you work on this? Oh, you do? But I feel like this one is way stronger. I mean, Time's Melt is always stronger. I blame Bracky. I blame myself, I couldn't help it. We won't misprint. Blueprint is very good. Blueprint is very good. Considering that yesterday, because of 2 blueprints I have, I got about 500 money. It's like, yeah. Yeah. Alright, more brain. Two, three, 5, 8. Could try to go for a flush. Wait, didn't I want to go for a flush? Oh, what am I doing? Oh wait, I could use Death. Alright, one more. I mean, do I know if hard cards? I'm just gonna do this. Oh, wait. Convert the left into the right. 左边变右边的卡，左边变右边的卡，左边变右边的卡，左边变右边的卡。Okay. Money. Oh shit. Money. Why do you keep coming in? Ooh, I want this. Jupiter. I've been playing Flush, so I think Flush is pretty good. Spectral card. They want you to go get smart. No, Kobo cannot get smart. It's too difficult. Sigil converts all cards in hand to a single random suit. Add a blue seal to one, select the card in your hand. It's not that good? Blue seal, I guess. Oh my god. Come on, 1 in 4 chance, it's gonna work! I hate this game. Ooh. Upgrade the level of the first discarded poker hand each round. Your anus! I want it. Tower, one side the card to a stone card. How much are you? 43? Cool. Stone card is good for high card plays, and I mean essentially a card that's not a 5 card play. I don't think I want stone card for now. I'll keep this. Maybe sometimes I need it. Well, that's a flush right off the bat. Oh! Oh my god, they just win straight up. Oops. When blind selected, gain +3 hands and lose all discard. That's not that good. Ooh, wild card. You know what? I like a good old wild card when it's 8 as well. This one helps. Fibonacci. I don't know what that is. Nasi is rice in Malay. I'll just use them. It's fine. Maybe I can come across those. I'm gonna buy the booster pack and see what I get. Hearts and diamonds comes the same suit. Spades and clubs comes the same suit. This is pretty good, isn't it? And remember, this card let me win a lot. I kinda want it. But I don't know what to sell. Like, all of them are doing the job. See, like, the thing is, I could sell egg. I could totally sell egg. Okay, I mean, egg served its purpose. Thank you, egg. Thank you, egg. Thank you. Give me money, egg. Thank you. Bye-bye. Thank egg. We're gonna all 7 for egg. Creates the last tarot card or planet card using this run. The Fool excluded. Oh. I mean, straight? I'm not playing with straight. I'm just gonna use it, it's okay. It works. Are we going for the boss lane? All diamond cards are debuffed. Oh no, I have this card though. I feel I do have more black cards than red cards. I'll reroll once more. Hey look, it's increased by 2 when boss player is defeated. Earn 1 at end of round. Payout increases by 2 when boss player is defeated. I mean, it's good when I get it early on. This might win. Yeah, very convincingly. Ooh! Oh my god, this is so good! What? Penis. Mega Celestial Pack. Now that I have this one, I feel like a straight flush is a little bit, or a lot easier to get actually. Random Joker card. Banan. I'm gonna save this one. Plus 2 chips for each remaining card in deck. Oh! If first discard of round has only one card, destroy an entry. No. One more reroll? Ooh, I want this. Alright. I think making 2s into 3? Yeah, making 2 into 3 is like the best case scenario here. 2 into 3, yep. After defeating the boss player, gain 25? No. Enhances 2 cards to bonus cards. I like trees. I keeping this wild. Wild good. Oh my god. Each playing Ace of Spades give ×2 Maltman score. Nah. Ooh, I like this one. Completes a pair. Ooh, stand a pack. Money? 4 is so bad though. I could make them into 5. Yeah, 5 is also really good because these 2 triggers. Can I do it now? No. Money. ×3 now. You're gonna infinity break blinds with this? Nope, I can't. Retrigger all cards played for the next 10 hands. Earn 2 per discard if no discard. I mean, this one's pretty fun, but it's only like temporarily. And I don't really have like a temporarily Joker here. I'm just gonna go next round. This is probably gonna win. This one actually helps so much as well. I got lucky because I got this card very early on. Look at that. If first hand of round is a single 6, destroy it and create a spectral card. A single 6? High card. This is a good run. Ooh, 4-5 is also pretty good. Convert the heart. Wild card. Just 7. Yep. Ooh, I want this. Alright, let's not spend too much because right now I feel like I'm pretty solid. Discard 2 random cards per hand played. Yeah.
Yep, 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 yep.
Yep, yep,
Yippity
yep.
yap.
Yep, 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 yep. Oh my god, yep. Yep. Furu House? I think this is a huge win right here. Oh my god. Create our card when blind is selected. Yes! Finally! Also, I want this one and a standard pack. Oh, it's a blue seal. Oh. Blue seal. I'm taking this one so that I can get tarot card. Hologram is such a strong joker. I know! I'm actually getting carried by hologram. Crazy. 2 random planet, 2 random magician. What? More pink? More of me getting drowned? I think at this point, I love money, but I want to have planet cards actually. It's just when I see a hologram, I don't want any other joker and it's a bit sad. Oh. It's like the game is being determined a win or a loss with hologram or no hologram. Eh. Ooh. I've been drowned. Help. It's just a little too strong, I feel like, in the balance of the game. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Reroll one more time. All cards are considered face cards. Don't need that now. Riffraff, straight flush. Alright, I need to save money. My money is getting, like, gone. Ember Acorn. And flip some shuffles all Joker cards. Oh no. I think this wins. Yeah, oh my god. I don't like this boss blind. I'll get the die. Okay. More chance for tarot card, I guess. I might need to destroy cards now. It's fine, you have 3 hands to figure out what your hologram is and even a blueprint. They'll just move them to the right and be good. It probably doesn't really matter either way though. Probably. I feel like this hand is really strong. Yeah, oh my god. How the fuck did it get to true? Oh, right. It's times 4 now. I was going to question it, but then I remembered. Times 2 multiplay hand consider flush. Oh no. Oh no, wait a minute. I can't just sell this. I sell this and then just use this one. Yeah. Thank you, Alt Todd. Fibonacci activates when scoring your card, so it's always before the hologram, and the hologram is already strong enough by itself. True. Ooh, yes. Ooh, man. You one-shot the boss even in the wrong Joker order now? It feels like it. Spades. For discarded diamond cards, 2 changes every round. It's a little bit late. Mr. Bones? Oh, 07 for Mr. Bones last night. Alright, next round. Alright, here we go. Any wild cards? Yep. So this. That's Fibonacci. Oh! Blueprint is probably this one. Oh wait, I want tarot card. Ooh! I like it. Yeah, blueprint and nice! We did it! You aced it! Joy! Good shit, endless mode. Yeah, I just like going to endless mode. There's Smear Joker. Looks about right. Ooh, I like this. Alright, let's see how far I can go. Maybe I can go through the 500 million one. Yeah, I don't mind glass cards now. Steel card, 2 planet cards, lucky card, stone card. This one to lucky. And then I want to have 2 planet cards. I just think planet cards is like, the more you have it, the better. No matter which I get. One more? Oh! 5 and 3 is like the best. I have so many cards. Too many cards. Oh, I need to destroy cards now. Alright, 110 thing. I want tarot cards. Blue seal, I'm keeping it. I'll just discard this too. I got Venus. Wild card. I like a 2 to a wild. Because of this. Oh, this one also 8. Oh, 8. Right, of course. 1 into wild card. Yes. I like a good wild. So I can do... That's a flush. Oh, 20 money! I love lucky cards. Oh, yikey beaky. Each card sold resets when boss player is defeated. Can I sell cards? No. So only Joker cards then. Ooh, I want this one. But this one is also pretty good. Yeah. I feel like purple seal is going to help a lot. I'm taking it. One be broken? Yeah, you can still tarot and planet cards. Oh, unless you glass destroy copying. I need a destroy. Yeah, I like this one. I gotta destroy the face cards. I don't need them. Royal Flush. Hi, Zerain. Royal Flush, good. Each play card with spade suit gives when scored. Suit changes at end of round. Let's not reroll too much. We're at big blind, I think. Yep. Yeah, let's just get the tarot card. 2 hearts. Yeah, number cards benefit me so much. Oh my god! Hologram. Actually carried by hologram. Five, good. I want 5. Okay, Hangman. I need to destroy cards now. Money! Oh my god, heck. One more time? For each blind, skip this run? Nah, riffraff. Hey, it's Scholar again! One more? Ooh! Up to 2 tarot cards. The Hangman? Nice. Justice? Okay, good. This is really nice. Let's go for next round. What's the blind? What? It doesn't work again. Weird.
Yo, 9 months. That's a whole kobold baby.
That's a whole kobold baby.
Tail STR 161 egg tile rack
Egg.
booty.
Egg. And my booty. Wow. Thank you, Draken. Oh my god, thank you. It's 9 months. That's a whole kobold baby. Thank you. Also, welcome in, Draken. Hope Ixon is doing good. DI, no repeat hand types this round. Oh no. I could probably just do 1. Oh. You can join the Ixon Horde again. Okay, bye. Hologram. Alright, next round. We can play these 2. Okay, 5's good, 3's good, 2 is good. So I want to discard these. Oh wait, it's not wild. So I can have... more 5s on red. 2 is also pretty good. Shit, I'll go for red then. Diamond. 2, 2, 2, 3, 5, 5. Ooh. Enhance 1 card to glass card. If I want glass card, I will enhance it. I will enhance glass into something that I don't need, like this card. So that when it breaks, I won't be too sad. But we can go for a full house first because flush is a lot easier. I can play... okay, I can still play 3 hands. I mean, hologram by itself is probably gonna carry me. Yeah. Hologram. Nice. Ooh, nice. Oh my god, we finally got it. Mega standard pack. Oh, 8 is so good. And what now? 2, 3, 5, 8 ace. None of these. I'll take this for the blue seal. And then Arcana pack. Two to bonus cards or get money. I feel like money here. Because there's no cards I can destroy. Ooh! 1 in 4 chance for each playing 8 to create a tarot card when scored. I mean, it's mega shiny, but I don't think I need that. I actually think the... Wait, it helps because I need 8 as well. And create a tarot card is actually not bad. I could sell this one. I feel like plus 5 chips might not help as much right now. And because this one is polychrome, it has times 1.5 mult. And I think that is way better than itself. Like in itself is already better than Hiker. I'm gonna do it. Yes. Welcome in 8 ball. One more. 560k. We don't need 9 10s. Seven doesn't help as much as well. 8, good. Ace is also good, but 8 has this chance to trigger. I'm gonna go for a black flush. That's a lot of 7s. I don't need 7 though. 7 doesn't trigger this anymore. Okay. I know this is wild, but I'm doing it. Death. I already have more 5s. Okay, so this one, convert the left into the right. The left into the right. So right become this. Right become this. Left becomes right. Okay. And I'm just gonna discard this and this. 4 is not there. So I can just do the money and this trigger. Hopefully this one triggers. 1 in 4 chance though. Money. Oh my god. Yep, polychrome was right. Yeah, oh my god, money. Standard pack. Blue seal. A lucky card is fun though. But I don't need 10. I'll take 5. I'm gonna see what joker you have. One mount per tarot card used this run. Each plate 10 of 4 gives 10 chips. None of this is actually good. Yeah, I'll skip it. Penis. This Joker gains 0.1 time mult per scoring enhanced card plate. Removes card enhancement? What? No. How much? 8.25? Ooh, I need this. One more? We don't need that. Gain 15 chips if play hand contests straight. Okay. 1 in 4 chance to upgrade level of play poker hand. I already have 1 in 4 chance to create a tarot card. Alright, next round. 3 mil. That's a pretty strong build. I want... Ooh! Okay, so 7 to 8 then. We could actually just do a 5 of a kind and just call it a day. But I want this. Nah, I want to play 5 of a kind. Go. Yo! Oh! Oh! That worked. Gook! Joke! Sell this card to create a free double tag. Don't know what that is. Okay, we have death. Creating 8 is good now. We don't need 9. Eight is like really good because it triggers this both. So I need as much 8 as possible. That is strength? No. Let's create this. Convert the left into the right, so I'm just gonna do this. Now I want this. And then use staff. 2, select the card to lucky cards. And then use glass card, diamond, Wheel of Fortune? I don't believe it. I feel like 25% chance it's gonna happen once at least, I feel like. At least once. Right? At least once. God, Wheel of Fortune. Wheel of Fortune. I cannot believe it. Nope. Add 1 stone card to deck when blind is selected. Ooh. I don't need it. Play face card is 1 in 2 chance to give 2 when scored. Hey, look, it's egg. If first discard of round has only 1 card, destroy an entry. I feel like this is good, but I feel like I need as much Joker now for the score. Nah. Ooh. Add 1 of sell value to every Joker and consumable card at the end of round. Oh. Pair. Glass card, lucky cards, yes, and yes. 1 in 7 cards get drawn face down. Uh-oh. What's that? Nope. Wheel of Fortune forever, nope. How do I add again? Do I have BTTV? Wait, let me check. I think I have BTTV. Does it work? Emotes. My dashboard. Oh, it's on there now. Nope has been. Oh, there it is. We have nope now. Nope. The Wheel of Fortune. I cannot believe it. Nope. So these are definitely number cards. Most likely 8 because I have so many 8s. Turn 1 into glass cards. You. 2 into lucky cards. You. It's hard to say what this is. I gotta discard first. I never played this card before. Oh, I don't know what this is. I gotta play it safe and just play these. Oh my god, this still works. Oh, now I need this. So I can always upgrade my flush, I think? Yep. Malt card. The Empress. Another 2 malt card. I actually want more money. Thank you. Alright, keep upgrading flush. We should be good. Oh. Lucky cards. I like lucky cards. One more. If you have at least 16 enhanced cards in your full deck. Whoa! Oh no! Whoa! Oh. I have it! I have the ×3! Flush is ×2. Do you think it's fair that I want to keep this rather than keeping this? I want the tarot card because I want to bet for the Hangman. And this one has ×1.5. This one ×2 only if a flush is coming out, which is not bad. It's so good actually, but I could get to... Don't think, just do. Don't think, just do. One more. Ooh. Alright, I need to save some money. Are we at boss blind? Oh wait, we already did boss... Oh, that was the boss blind. Yes, tarot card helps you build your deck more and replace the flush one too. Once you consistently play 5 of a kind, you can replace Smeared Joker too. Yeah. Like, if I can get a lot more 8s, which I have more 5 actually. But good enough. play this for now. 7 million, right? I don't think I'm that strong to get 7 million yet. Yeah. Oh, I want to play the lucky cards. I know it's weird. I'm gonna like discard all the black ones. Nice. I don't need that. Ooh, more purple steel. Any card that's not enhanced. Strength? Yes, 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 yes! Oh, I don't need this. So 5 is good. 3 is not red. So red, 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 red. I can still discard 2 times. I'm gonna discard these. To David. Wait. They became ace! Nice. Okay, now we use these. Money, money, money. Oh, no money. Yeah, holy heck. Lucky card foil. 8 good. Hi Drug6. Welcome. How are you doing today? I'm doing pretty good, and I am horribly obsessed with Balatro now. Like horribly obsessed. Not even gonna downplay it. I'm so obsessed. More brutal. Level 10 high card. If first hand of round has only 1 card, add a permanent copy to deck and draw it to hand. I'll buy it for the hologram. Ooh, I like it. I like it. The DNA is good with hologram. If I play 1 card and I can get the card? Question mark? Is that what it is? Say that out the game. I don't know if I want to promote the game because the game is like horribly addictive. They can also copy it with blueprint and make infinite 8. Oh, I didn't think about it. I could change the smeared Joker. You play a card and get a copy of it. With blueprint you can get 2 of those cool 8s. Oh, it's alright. I think we could meet each other again. The DNA, I mean. No, I need to save some money. Big blind. I don't think this is going to win, but this is like pretty strong. Ooh. What? I was about to get more tarot cards. Hey, we meet again. Destroy random card in your hand. Add 2 random enhanced aces to your hand. Create a copy of random joker. Destroy other jokers. Oh, this is good early on. 1 random card. I hope it destroys this, but that's like wishful thinking. But 2 aces will always win, so... My 8! My 8! Oh, I want this card so bad. None of this works. I can only give them bonus cards, but they're not even that good. I guess I can upgrade random ones to bonus. There we go. That's good enough. That's good enough. Roll. Roll. 2 of them. 1 more. Not that good. 1 more. Money! Oh, hi Nexus. Oh my god, Dragon, hi. You're welcome. I hope Nexus is doing wonderful. Oh my god. 1 more. It's... We can't. It's gonna work, right? Eventually, 1 in 4 chance. This is the 4th one. It has to work. It has to work. It's the 4th one. Oh my god, it worked! It's not that good, but I'll take it. I'll take it. It's plus 10 mult. Good. I feel so fucking lucky. Oh my god. The plant. All face cards are debuffed. Good. That's the worst possible hit. I know, right? I'm okay with that. I got it. Blue seal. 8. Ace. Ace. It happens after all the X mount. It literally does nothing, but we got a hit. Yeah. No more nope. I'll take it. Oh. Oh, that was close. Eight. Ooh. Let me try discarding more. Two hearts? That's 5 of a kind. That's surprisingly weak. I mean, to be fair, 5 of a kind is only level 1. But it's cool. C'est bon. That's a 10 mult. If poker has a straight flush... No. Spades? Standard pack? Plus 10 mult times mult. It happens after... So the played hand counts first, and then held hand, and then jokers, right? I think that's the flow. My hand size is not that big that I could hope for a steal card. This holographic happens before your jokers when you play it. Oh. So the steal happens along after the holographic. It's not that good, but a times mult is a times mult. I mean, 6 and queen, I don't need them, so I'll just take this one. I would rather, actually. I would rather. I don't believe this does nothing. It has to be. It has to be a use to it. Oh yes. One more. Hope you're doing well. Just woke up having to still catch the Kobo. Yeah. I hope you have a good sleep. Heck yeah. 4 of a kind. Hey, it's Odd again. Yeah, there it is. 300 million. Without playing a most played poker hand. It's always nice to see dragon too. I mean, that's the best I could do. Yeah, I don't think rerolling more is gonna help too much. Let's hope for the best. Next base edition shop joker is free and becomes negative. A negative. I'm just gonna select this one. Two, 235? 2358. So 2335. Level 14 flush. Hopefully. Ugh, not even close. Not even close. Gonna hope for a red. Gonna hope for a red. Went to a steel card. Oh, okay. Right. I I mean, you can pick up a steel card. You're a blue steel. I'll make you into... I know it's only one, but you into Molt. Okay, lucky. Yeah, not even close. Well, I tried. That was a good run. Let's hope for a black. Oops, I have too many cards. Didn't draw the thing that I need or want. It was a good run. I had ideas. I had some ideas, but I don't really have the execution for it. Like I want to rely on a lot of tarot cards, but I feel like most of the tarot cards I got is like turn this card into spade or one of the suits. I was like, but that was a really great run. Start run with 26 spades and 26 hearts in deck. Great run though, some hologram fun. Yeah. If you had 3 glass cards in one hand and maybe 1 or 2 steel cards, I think you could have won. Checker deck is a great deck for beginners. Oh, magic deck. Start with the crystal ball voucher and 2 copies of the Fool. Is that good? Start run with telescope voucher, -1 consumable slot. Telescope, I still need money to buy the thing. Sorry, hex card. Add polychrome to a random joker, destroy one of the jokers. Whoa, so spicy. You start run with no face decks, no face cards in the deck. 26 spades and 26 hearts in deck. With red stake difficulty, green stake, black stake, blue stake, and orange stake. Okay, we're gonna do one by one since black deck already did it. Let's do magic deck. Oh, I cannot wait to try out checker deck after. None. 2 pair. Oh, I threw away the 2. I threw away the 2. Of course, game. Of course, you would do that. Oh no. Now we got the 2. Hi, Sora Napalm. Have a good gambling here. It's kind of a gamble, isn't it? I don't know if it's a gambling, but hi, hope you're doing good. Welcome. The game knows always. It's evil. I want this. Play card with spade gives +3 mult when scored. This could help. We start with this then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nice. Oh, it's misprint. At least buying misprint and then I can start saving money again. Card played previously, this ends are debuffed. I don't think I played a lot. Oh, but most of them are spade cards. Misprint. Oh. Straight. A lot of strength this run. +1 mult, fair enough. I want a spade. That worked. 2680. It's on odd numbers. Nice. Ooh. Alright, it's a pretty solid start. I kinda want to bet on this. Like, I'm so curious what I'm gonna get. Oh. Ew! No! I wanna have fun. I wanna have fun with RNG. Give me something cool. Give me a legendary Joker. Oh, I mean, I'll take it. That's money making. Contest a pair. Okay, it's all common. Discarded 5. Okay, I'm saving money. Alright, I needed to get that die. Shit, I forgot. Oops. Oh no. I'm gonna do it after this. After this this blind. There we go, we did it. Egg. Alright. I need to do 2 sets, right? I'll take my time for it. Give me a second. gonna mute this. Yeah. All right. Let me get that thigh real quick. Two sets, right? Thank you, Evie. I got more space. That's one set. Sometimes I feel like I need more stamina. I get tired so easily. Eh. Okay. Ooh. Okay. Okay. Oh my god. Yeah. Well, okay. I just need to catch my breath. And Kobo, if I walk out, I'm gonna cook. Ooh, okay. I am slowly catching my breath. Oh shit. I'm just replying people on stream. Wow. Well, not on stream, but while streaming. Professional. Alright, anyway. Let me get it back. It's gonna flash a little bit. Yeah, sorry. There, should be fine now. Okay. Alright, what's my plan? I forgot. I forgot what my plan is. Just save money, right? I'm at the mouth. Only once I will hand this round. I have been playing straight, flush, fair enough. Bold. Hi Casimir. Hello. Oh. Hello. Okay, thank you. Welcome. I'm just gonna go next round. Should be fine. Each queen. A pair get +8. Okay. Maybe I should do 2 pair runs. Or like 2 pair for now. Yeah, 2 pair seems possible. Because of these 3. I got spade too. Okay, that worked. Thank you, Misprint. Oh, hey. Wow, it's blueprint. This one is too specific. I want this one. Copy money. Copy money when I can. Yep, Popcat, hi. Oh my god, yep. Cobalt friend. I love kobolds. Very nice. Blue Joker every run. Money. 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 Oh. And I can get this. Each king held in hand gives times mult. each king? So I have to hold the king? Right now it's really hard to make use of like card specific jokers. Times malt. Times malt. Maybe not for now. Doubles my money. Ayo. Heck yeah. Money. Big blind 3000. 五六七三四五六七90接 Every discarded 9. I'm gonna copy this one. I'm gonna do a straight. Boop, good. Give me something good misprint. One. Contains a pair. So 2 pair works. I could discard a 9. Just one single 9. One, two, three. Okay, club. I might be able to bet for a flush with club. Or not. 2 discards. I might be able to go for a straight. 2 10s. Oh, 2 10s a little bit hard to get. I'm gonna bet it all. Okay. Discard the 9, get money. I forgot about that. Alright, give you something good misprint. 1. Blueprint always give 1 question mark? Every joker and consumable card at end of round. This joker gains 2 malt if played hand contains a 2 pair. It feels like this run they want me to play with 2 pair. Pants is fun, yeah. Looks like they want me to play with 2 pair. Money wise we good, so I kinda want to just sell this one and get pants instead. Let's play with 2 pairs. 2 out of 4 spectral cards. Oh! Enchanted. Single random rank, -1 hand size. Add a blue seal to one selected kind of hand. Negative to a random joker, -1 hand size. This is always good, isn't it? I mean, with the Luigi, or Ouija, This is kind of spicy, but I feel like ectoplasm is like the go-to to at least get one. Blueprint. One in the card in your hand, 2 aces. I think this one is like the best out of all of these. It's not really. If you want 2 pair, it might be hard to roll. Might be hard to get your hand. Yeah. 1 random card for 2 aces for more ace. I think it's pretty good. I didn't see what it destroyed. 2 pair. No 2 pair? Fine. A pair. Negative blueprints look so scary. For some reason it looks so scary. Upcoming -1 hand size. Oh no. I have 1 more joker, so for consecutive hand played without playing your most played poker hand. I mean, right now 2 pair is not the most played hand. Ooh, this one requires some brain. I'll try. I could even play some high cards just to farm this card up. My most played is straight, so anything other than straight is good. I need a 2 pair for this though. Any cards have 1 chance. I got 3 of a kind instead. Five hands. I can totally do this. No more 2. A pair of 4. 7-6 Q ace. Ace is like the most chance. Yeah, I think it's fine. I have 3 more hen. I'm gonna farm obelisk. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. Because I feel like the 2 pair is going to work, so 1 more. So 2 high card. The rest should be fine. 2 pair. Nice. Hi, Wildflower. Welcome. I got lucky because I have 5 hands. Magic trick. No hologram. Do I want it? Oh my god, it's Mega Spectral Pack again. Add Polychron to random joker, destroy all other jokers. Nope. 5 random cards in hand, gain 20. In hand to a single random suit. Destroy one random card. Oh, more aces? Yeah. Yeah, I'm doing this. I don't think I want any of these. Oh, I should have done this one first. And then do this. I have a feeling that it's going to destroy 2 of my aces, but ooh. I kinda want the money though. The 20 money is so good though. Okay, it destroyed 1 ace. Okay, fine. It destroyed 1 ace. Oh. God damn it. That was pretty okay, I feel like. I will still use the immolate here. Even if it gets the 2 aces, it makes finding other aces much easier. We have 49 cards now. 7 aces. Yeah, it makes getting ace a lot easier. So I'm gonna get this, and if there's no ace, I'm not gonna get it. Or which one is the second? 4, 4, 4, 3, 4, 4. Yeah, only ace. Hopefully he gets ace. Oh. Oh. Wait a minute. Oh, goat seal with wild? I have to get this. Oh, how many 5s do I have? 3 5s or 10? Oh yeah, 10 is better. Yeah. I'm buying this. A passive is always nice. Mount cards. Ooh. Okay. Lose 1 per card played. Should be fine. Ace. This might be kind of dumb. I could make more aces. Select 2 cards, convert the left to the right. The left to the right. The left to the right. 左边变右边的卡。And then 2 mold cards. I know it's weird. I want to go for a 3 of a kind here. For obelisk, I want to build this as much as possible, while still not missing out on too much points. Oh, but I need a 2 pair to upgrade pants. Contains a 2. A plate hand contains a 2 pair. What if I do a full house? Only one way to find out. Yeah, I'm gonna try to do a full house. If this upgrades, that's huge. Ooh. Oh, I can do full house as well. Okay, okay. Kobo streaking. Hi Sola. Moltrekken. Oh my god. Welcome. 3 of a kind. Face card. More center pack. Joker pack. Who do I need to lick the most? If it's Dragon Lick, I want I don't know. 10 5. Yeah, let's get 10. Complete straight. One more? Plus 2 hand size, minus 1 hand each round. This might be bad for my obelisk build though. Kobo lick. I've been licked. Holographic is not... I mean, it's pretty good early on. Like right now, it's pretty good. Oh. Minus 1 hand... What does minus 1 hand each round means? Is it gonna minus 1 hand every time I finish a blind? Because that shit scares the fuck out of me. You've been blamed indeed. I'm not too sure how this works. I could change out this one, honestly. You know what? I'm doing it. I want to see what it does. Okay, I have 5 hands. Oh, is it going to minus 1 hand every time I finish a blind? That's so scary. Oh, I guess I'm gonna try. Merp. Hi Merp. Hi Merp. Welcome Merp. Welcome Merp. Eat the rolling bulb. It becomes minus 4. Wait, it becomes 4 hands now. High card works. 3 of a kind works. Eat the rolling ball? No, not eat the rolling ball. IT. IT. More chance for 10, right? IT, love T, NLANB, maybe? Flush. How much flush do I have? 2. I might be able to do flush for the obelisk. I'm thinking too much about obelisk now. Oh, there's a 2. Whoa! Oh, it resets! Oh, ew! Oh, I didn't think it resets. Fuck. Well, I'm not playing with obelisk. I'm just gonna play my 2 pair. Brecky knows. I appreciate you not telling me. that could have been way too easy if you just told me. Nice, nice, nice. Two pair. That's a little E.T. bongo. It's at -4 hand now, so if I go for the next one, is it gonna become -3? If it becomes -3, I am deleting it. And also I want to sell this one, and I want to buy this one for fun. Yeah, if it becomes 3, that's very oof. That's a huge oof actually. Huge heckin' oof. Can I get a 2 pair? I want a 2 pair. I have jeans or like trousers. 6. It's 1, I'll buy it. Times 4 malt every 6 hand played. Am I reading this right? I play 6 hands. I get times what? Bring back the poots. What poots? Hi Dex. Welcome. They'll be great early in the run. Yeah, I mean, I'm halfway through the run, but I think this is still good to get. I might be selling misprint for this. I'm doing it. For the loyalty card. Ace in a straight. +4 malt. I wanna see what this one has. When blind is selected, destroy joker to the right, permanently add double its sell value to this malt. Play card with even rank gives +4 malt when scored. What? No. Attaches to your flies away with you. Alright, next round. I might lose a little money here, which is kinda sad. Okay, it's still 4, it's still 4. Why won't they say -1 hand every round? No, that would still be a little bit scary. One king? Oh my god, get up. Let's start with 2 pair. I'm gonna become big. I'll make a Kobo Kobar code. Kobar code. For the Kobar code. Kobar code. Oh, the Kobar code is gone. But I'm still here. Kobar code. Hey, look, it's a Kobar code. 2, 3, 4. Queen Jack. Oh right, I forgot. Uh-oh. Michael McCall! I'm gone. I'm still spinning. Hello. Welcome in, Raiders. Hello. Welcome. My brain shut down. Woo! Sonic X Shadow Generations? Is that a new Sonic game? Hey, welcome in. Hope you are doing good. Oh my god. Welcome, welcome. I almost typed raid. Wow. I hope Sonic X Shadow Generations was fun. I'm still having a lot of fun with Balatro. I am actually practically obsessed with this game. I can't help it. This game is too good. Welcome. Hope you are doing good. I'm Tira. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. And I do art. Oh, I love dragons to bits. Never forget that. And I do art on some Thursdays and Mondays. Welcome. It's a remaster of Sonic Generations from 2011 with a new game for Shadow. Oh, okay, okay. And Shadow is cool. Shadow very cool. Also I need 2 pair. 2 pair. I'm gonna use the golden card. I think it's fine. Plus 16. A pair plus 8. 2 pair plus 16. This is such a high card build. I'm gonna play 1 because I think the next 2 pairs gonna win. And I need to farm this one as much as possible. Also, if you need any post-stream care, Michael, any post-stream care, get some food, get some drink, get some rest. Definitely go do those, very important. I appreciate the raid again. Oh. Oh, that worked. No. I want this. Gain +1 discard each round. Yes.
I'll give you the dragon bits, oh.
You give me the dragon bits? Wow. 2 lucky cards, 1 steel card. This one is gold seal. Queen, 4 queen, 6. A steel card would be good now. Oh, sorry, a stone card, since I'm playing with 2 pair. So I can always 2 pair with a stone card. I think that's pretty nice. Contains a diamond card, club card. If poker hands contains a diamond, club, heart, and spade, so all the suit will trigger this. If I have a little... Oh, if I have smeared joker plus a little wild cards, this is really strong. But I feel like this is way stronger. Because this will keep going, right? After times 4, it will keep going. I'm gonna assume it will keep going. This could be like the end game card. Okay. King is too hard, but I'm so close to a flush. I need 2 pair though, so let's throw the flush away. 7. Oh, I have less 7 as well. Throw it away. That works. Oh, it's a steel card. Ah, it's fine. Gold seal amaze with chain. With the lucky card. Ten. Oh, if I have a lucky card, I can just play 1 high card. To play with the lucky, maybe I can get money? I didn't think about that. What? Drink. Hi, Dan. Bucket. 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 Hi, Dan. Welcome. Merry late Krima. And also happy holidays still. Hope you're doing good. Late Merry Crisis. Heck yeah. I wanna discard this and this. Is it the same card? I'll do it again. I have 3 hands. I'm already so close to winning. So I'll just play this. This is not going to make me win, right? Oh. Oh, I can do it again. Oh, not even 1 lucky. Oh. I won! I didn't upgrade this one. Oh, what? You suck? It only happens that round? That's why we cannot have good things. What do you mean? Oh. And then it resets. Oh. I can destroy King 9-7. King 9-7-2-3-4. So King 9-7-2-3-4. I can only destroy one this. The tower. One more stone card. I'll actually get one stone card. Or I can get more ace. I would get more ace actually. With the king. Convert the left into the right. So the left into the right. I'm not gonna change to steel because it makes me sad. There, more ace. Nice, by the way. Ooh! I don't want this Joker anymore. This sucks. Bing! Bing! Oh wait, you're hanging, chat. Oh, gold seal amazed with chat. I just realized what that means. Can I do... I'm gonna do this. So this will be the first card. And I can do the full house. I hope this works. And I can trigger a lot of money. Yes! 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 This is the funny haha build with the luck and money. Go! Luck. Oh! Oh, only once? Since when this become a funny haha build? I'll get stone card plate first. And then 2 pair. I heard money. Give me. No, they're my money. Oh, your max 7 sold? Oh, isn't that like 20 something? Nice. Oh. Noms. No nom kobold. Yeah, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50. Oh, that's pretty fun. Just sorry for over 20 USD minus Steam profit. Steam profit sucks, but it happens. But hey, good for you still, that's 20. Oh, I could get ace and 10. Destroy 1 random card in your hand, add 4 random enhanced number cards to your hand. To a single random suit. Ooh, I'm afraid it might destroy this card. You never know that this game listens to me. This is like my best card right now for me to earn money and also score with high card. Or just trigger ballad in general, or hanging Chad. I'm doing it. Okay. That's a lot of steel cards. True of a Kite? Oh, both True of a Kite? Wow! Base chips and malts are halved. It's okay. I'm more of a hanging Chad kind of build. There's no cards that can trigger multiple times, so I'm just gonna get the 26 mult triggered twice. Oh, there's no full house. Oh, hi Zeal. Still counting cards? Yeah. I am horribly obsessed. Spade. Oh, that's not a lot of spade. Yeah, also my 2-pay is only level 1. Oh. Ooh, this one's tough for some reason. Why do I stream so late and bored? You could stream now? Question mark? I mean, only if you want to. Or are you occupied with something? Flops. I feel that. I feel that flop. I'm going to discard not a single card actually. Zan did complain when I started early last time, but it is your stream. Oh, this is spicy. Wait, I can have a full house. And I can play with this hanging Chad. If the mult triggers so many times, the steel cards down here is gonna be so crazy. Come on! Oh, mult! I got 40 money instead. What the heck? Wow. I have to trigger multiple mults here so that I have more mults when I do the steel cards. I think this is going to make me win. most of my viewers are American, and it's still like 3 a.m. over there. To me, I mean, I started when it's midnight over there as well, I think. I just sort of stream whenever I want, question mark. Kind of, when I have time, of course. But then again, ultimately it's your stream, you can sort of decide when you want to stream. I just brought it to the center of the earth and not worry about times. Hey, maybe flat earthers are onto something. Yeah. Ow. Again. That works. Okay. That would require everyone else to do that, not you though. Oops. Each plate 10 of 4 gives 10 chips. Can we play with this instead? I think this is very fun, but I play ace now. Then the cards appears more frequently, sure. Little nibble. Flips the world. Little nibble. Magician lucky card. Diamond gold card. I like my lucky card. Give oyster to Eevee. That looks like a no. High card. Throws oyster, it's so oyster. Make a standard pack? No. Spade. I could do a flush with a pair. Wait, with 2 pairs actually. A flush with 2 pair. And then with hanging chat. Go! Ding! Ding! Oh, I could use glass instead, fuck. Ding! Ding 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 ding! Can we match box? We can't eat an oyster. It was to look after, not eat. Look after oyster? Two pairs still level 1. Holy shit. Pairs level 3 somehow. Pair is way stronger than 2 pair. Money. Can I eat a can? Yep. A can has good crunch. I want this. Please let me upgrade 2 pair. Can you let me upgrade 2 pair? Full house works. This game is so serious right now. I need to make a non-festive Yipper. Issue is I don't actually have a full head template for it. You could draw one out. It sounds painful. Even I'm lazy to do it. Whoa. Create a tarot card if hand is played with 4 or less? What? 4 or less? I don't understand that one. It's the obelisk again. Since it was originally made for the petty mode, there actually isn't anything drawn under the hand. You could try to draw... You could try to like, remove the hand. It's layer by layer, right? You could try to like connect the non-existent part. Might save a lot of work. I mean, I just think it's possible. But what do I know, since I'm so lazy all the time? The proportions don't match? 10, 10, 8, 8, 2, 2. Even this one doesn't work. I want a full house. And then trigger ballot, hanging chat. What is pretty purple? Oh, foil, yeah. Still doesn't look quite right. I don't know, looks cute to me. But then again, you know, I may be biased towards kobolds. Go, Lucky! Come on, Lucky! Not even once! Oh. Oh, how many lucky? Oh wait, these are not lucky. Yeah, that works. Money? 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 Malt? Money? Oh. Hanging chat is fun. Hanging chat is kind of fun. Ooh, money. Planet cards. Yeah, I need a lot of planet cards. Finally, your anus. But I feel like I'm playing full house more now. I'll just stick with full house because I have low hand size because of these two. No king, 4 queen, more 10. I'm getting 10 because I have more 10. You can probably get rid of the +1 hand size, -1 hand at this point. This one, right? It's not -1 hand though. It's +2 hand. 0 discard remaining. Ooh, free ace? I would sell the bean. The bean is weird. Yeah, I just need a good joker for it. Let me reroll once more. Uncommon jokers give times 1.5. Common, rare, uncommon, common, uncommon, uncommon. So 2? That's pretty okay. Bean is uncommon, but I can sell it. And this one just put here. I still want to play with the hanging chat though. Basically it makes every uncommon joker polychrome. Yeah. That is pretty good. Okay, then I'll only play with hanging chat if I'm playing the money making card. The golden steel with lucky. The rest I'm gonna do this. It's gonna trigger twice, right? So uncommon and uncommon. Maybe I could try to get more uncommon card. Like this one I could change it. But this one I don't. This one is really fun though. Oh, this one is so fun. The hook. Discard 2 in the cards per hand played. It's okay, I have a lot of cards. Already a full house. It's very funny, I know, right? Let's do this. Chat is an awesome fun joker. Yeah, I want to play more with this. And then just play with, yeah. So that works. Put foil first? Oh yeah. Thanks for that. Okay, no. Oh. Oh, what happened? Wait. Huh? So it's not you triggering multiple times. It's you triggering here and here. What the fuck? Kobo's so good scared so. How the fuck? I don't know. I'm back in. Ace! It's another steel card. Gold and holographic. Wow. More steel card. I'm keeping it. Ooh, shiny. It's a steel card as well. I can keep it. Probably want to move the pants all the way to the left now. So here. Hands first. I don't want this anymore. This is not that stonk. I'll reroll a few times. Even misprint is better than this one though. But no, one more time. Stone. Ooh, more ace. To stone card, I feel like stone card is really good. In some cases, if I don't have full house. Maybe not, I don't want it. We are at small blind. Should be fine. We'll slowly wait to like replace this one soon, hopefully. Hey. Money making card. Well, I have to do it. High card even. And play one stone card. I could play a pair. I mean, that works. Okay, so this one triggers multiple time, and this is the first card. Just full house it. I'm convinced. I'm convinced. A full house also upgrades this one. You know what? You're right. Just full house that. But just, I want money making machine, so there we go. 23! Oh my god! It happened twice. It happened twice. Oh, I won. What the fuck? I'm money. Gives times 2. Oh no. Well, bye bye. Oh no. This one is good for end because this one triggers so many times. Mega Planet. Your anus. Steel 2 is also uncommon. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, good. Very nice, very nice. Yeah, my score just up the hill. Okay, we can play a full house. And then we still have this one to play with. One more time. Lamen. I love this one. Not as much anymore. Because this is too perfect. Are we at big blind? Yes, we're at big blind. Okay. We'll give 40. Nah. I mean, just now I got super lucky. I got like more than 50 or something. It's this card again. Okay, I'm gonna try to get more ace so that I can not use this card. So I'm gonna discard all the cards. Well, not all, but keeping this one. See if we can get a full house of 10 and ace. Steal. Oh. That works. That actually works. Okay, put this one here. We just use the just use the steel. It's fine. I want money. So trigger this one multiple times and then This is such a good build. I'm so surprised. Like, this one is just funny here and I like it. Alright, here we go. Full house. Again! Money! Again! Again! Okay? Okay? Oh my... It's fine, I guess. It's pretty fine. And triggers the boss play ability. Creates a random Joker card. Nah. I want tarot card. Club. Earth. Lucky cards or money. I could get this and just upgrade full house. I can keep upgrading full house. My hand is so good with full house right now. I can get 2 lucky cards though. Ooh. Yeah, I hope we get Lucky Cat. If we get Lucky Cat, I think Lucky Cat is uncommon as well, right? That would be so funny. I'm gonna build as if I got Lucky Cat. So, there. And if we can get 9s, we're 2 9s, so with 9 we can use this one. Or king 8, 10. Oh! 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 Cards. Don't need that. One more time. 5. Destroy 2 selected cards. I think I need this. I have too many cards now. I have 64 cards. There. Alright, boss blind. What's the blind? All face cards are drawn face down. I have no face cards. Well, I have some. So, thank you, game. Thank you. If it's a face down card, I'm actually I know what to destroy it. But let's do some just discard it for now. You want 5 of a kind maybe? Oh, this one is money though. We could just go 4 of a kind and just trigger this one multiple times. Like this. And I think this works. And I think it's pretty good too. Can I just destroy 2 and 4? Or we can destroy... Wait, no. Q and J... Q and J could potentially be... If I have more strength cards, I can make them into aces. One thing is, I want to destroy 4 and 2. Less cards, right? Done. And then 4 of a kind here. Trigger this multiple times. We love that. Uncommon, uncommon. Okay. Again. Ooh, I want this. Telescope, yes. I think, yeah, it's time to upgrade full houses. Full houses. Also, I feel... Oh my god, am I getting hypo symptoms again? Am I crazy? I think this game uses too much brain power that I keep getting hypo symptoms. What the fuck? There's no way. This uses so much brain power. It's okay. I have my Ferrero Rocher. Ferrero Rocher. Let me eat a few of these, and we should be good. Always be prepared, since I'm like a diabetic. I was muted. Let's destroy the card. I wanted to destroy 2 7s, but I was like, maybe destroy. No, I actually feel like destroy 2 7s is good. So every time I see a 7, I can just be like, discard that shit. Ace. Oh, it's a king card. I kind of won this. Because I can get a strength card and just get them to like ace. But I think chances are it's kind of low now, so let's just get this one. Oh my god, Tekken! Hi! Hello, Tekken! Le Mexican, hi! Welcome in. Hi, Tanri Saloon. Welcome. Omega Dragon. What were you playing? Omega. Anna Clava, hi. Bronzebeard Tavern. Is that like a tavern manager kind of game? Welcome. I hope you had fun. Yeah, heck yeah. Hopefully it was heckin' amazing. Also, welcome in everyone. I'm Tira. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits, and I do art on some Thursdays and Mondays. Welcome. And also, I am mega obsessed with this game currently. I'm too addicted. So yeah, I hope you had fun with your stream. Thanks again for the raid. If you need any post-stream care, you know, get some rest, get some drink, get some food, get some snacks. Yeah, definitely. Very important. So let's buy this one. Also, I'm currently having hypo symptoms. This game, I swear to God, causes so much hypo symptoms every time I play this game. In case you guys didn't know, I'm diabetic, and apparently I didn't control my blood sugar well, and now I have two less blood sugar, and I'm feeling I'm flying. Alright, I gotta mute myself for a bit. Okay, I'm back. I feel like I kinda want to reroll a few more times. Oh, heck yeah. This should be good enough. Are we at boss play? Nope, we just did boss play, okay. If you're trying to DM something, okay. On Telegram? Fuck. God, I'm so... I regret not buying the non-halal version, man. I got scared. I'm so sad. Very milky. I mean, that's one way to describe it, I guess. God, I'm so jealous. I want it too. My current one, my pillow is too big. I didn't know Adine is that big. It doesn't fit. And get another pillow? Yeah, I feel like I should. The current pillow is too small. I can get sandwiched. Sandwiched. A full house is definitely going to win, right? So I'm gonna actually discard these. I want into you know, I want to play. I want to play. And then the full house. I want to get money from this. Alright, come on. Malt? Money? Oh, no money. Yeah, that is crazy. My 2 pillow is cheaper that way, but another case for sandwiches. Can you get a quick second opinion on the default side? Alright, give me a second. Can I show on stream so that I can sort of give my 2 cents? It's just how I feel, but only if you're okay with that. Yes, no, I'm talking to Zeal. You can? Okay. Like a little bit of what I feel. Alright, here. Looks good, very cute, I love. I feel like this one you could do like a more straighter, because I feel like the forehead might be a little bit too big in considering that the whole body looks like this. You could try to get this one a little bit smaller on this proportion here, like a slightly more straighter line. That's how I feel. you could try. I don't know if I got it right though. It's just kind of how I feel. But goodness me, that looks cute. That's cute. I just love kobolds. I can't help them. I can't help it. Kobolds are too adorable. Only 2 cents. You know what I mean, Roxas. Damn it. Try that, but then the eye bulges out too much. If the eyes bulges out too much. I feel like a straighter line in general. Because it connects here, right? I mean, the same connecting part here, but maybe a straighter line. A straighter line, but connecting to the same end. I don't know. You still need those black eye ring or eyebrows. See what I mean about the proportions? Proportions is really hard to get it right? Proportions has never been easy, I understand that. I hate getting proportions right. That's why I do 3D art. Is like, it's a lot easier to check for proportions and change them on demand. That's why I do 3D art. It's a lot easier. I mean, it takes a lot more work, but it's a lot easier to adjust it and make it right at the modeling stage or sculpting stage. So yeah. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. I need that. Money? I don't think I want this. I want to play a lucky card again. We enhance... oh wait. Enhance this to steel card? Heck yeah. And then do this. With this one triggered multiple times. Money please! Money! No! Oh boy. It's not a lot than I thought, but I feel like this card has a lot. This deck has a lot of potential. Next 20, this one gets 23. I want money. Oh. Oh! Oh, I mean, this one could be good for Wheel of Fortune. And a lot of other cards as well, but I'm not playing with that? Yeah, I'm not playing with that. That's really good for luck. Ah! I forgot about Lucky! Oh, I forgot about Lucky. Well. But then again, I don't know what to replace. Maybe replace this one? But two-hand size is pretty strong. This one plus 52 mult? Oh, it's too expensive. We're at boss blind. One random joker disabled every hand. Oh no! That's really bad, right? Oh shit. No, I don't want to reroll. I think I can do this. Not my... Immediate! Dang. I want the steel card to be there. I'll discard one. I need 10. Oh, red seal. I want money. Like this, maybe? It tells you first? Yeah, at least it tells me first. Alright, here's the full house. Let's hope it works. Oh. Okay. That worked. Yeah. I aced it. I'm the best. Endless mood. Give money. Money. Oh, I should have bought this one first. I was too fast. That wasn't too bad. And Bean. All flushes and straights can be made with 4 cards. Oh! I don't need that, but wow! One more. Flush house. One more? Oh! It's gonna work, right? Maybe a common card can have. Maybe you can have polychrome? Best case scenario? Fuck. It's so rigged. Nope. How many kings do I have? Okay, 2 kings. It's kind of hard to find it. Ten. I'll do it, even if it's just one. Money? Oh. If only you get that extra chance, Joker. Yeah, if only. Level 10 full house. Oh, blue seal. I'll get a steel card. For this. Your anus. 69 money. Next one is a big blind, right? I should save a little bit of money just in case. Nice. Blue seal. And let's get rid of these. I only play with ace and tens. Look at that. And 5 of kind could be weaker than. It passes on. Yeah, but this would turn also. Yeah, it's a lot weaker than full house. I will do this. Where's my 10? Oh my god, where's my 10? My 10 is non-existent. I have 10 tens. RNG moment. 10-10. Okay, I want to win, so I'm gonna play this. I want to see how this works. That is pretty good. that glass card? Whoa. We love that glass card. Ooh. We could play with Planet X. Oh, it's getting dark. I'm gonna open up the lights real quick. I can see. Do not check this boat. Totally didn't send a picture of I am Norman. Well, you cannot tell me what to do. I'll check now. Oh my god, I want it. Oh, that looks so good. God damn. It's a cake, isn't it? Is that ice cream? Oh shit. Oh, I'm so hungry. White chocolate cheesecake? Yo. Oh, sounds so good. I want to check this one. Misprint? Joker? Okay. Got it, boss. Joker? Got it, boss. If cards held in hand are spades or clubs. Spade. Yeah. Must play 5 cards? No problem, boss. Homemade too, still a little frozen? Yo, that's so good, holy shit. I want it. Magician. That's fun. This should do. Money, money, money. Money. Oh. Oh god. Oh god. It needs more something. Oh. Voucher unlocked. One into glass card. I mean, I've seen the power glass card and I want it. I've seen the power. More steel card for me. Glass cards can explode now. Yeah, I believe in Wheel of Fortune. I mean, Wheel of Fortune never hits, so glass card will never hit. I hope. One more. Money. Okay, we good. Mount cards. I mean, mount cards helps. Yeah, it helps. So if I want to score, I can actually change this one to this one, or even change. No, this one to this one is good. If I have Lucky Cat, it's so much fun. If I have Lucky Cat, I'm probably changing. I don't want to change this one. This one is too fun. Maybe this one, but they're all uncommon. That's the cleanest card ever. Even if there's a chance for you to get money, I'll take it. Go! Plus 20, plus 20, plus 20 money! No money. Oh, that's not enough. Oh shit. We don't need a glass card, so we don't need to take the chance. I'm gonna discard this. Wait, no, I don't need. That works. Happy to play 2 rounds. Yeah, I know, right? Crazy. Should be good. Play. Again. Oh, it doesn't re-trigger the red seal. Fair. I have 69 cards. Wait, this is fun though. Gold foil. I'm taking this one because I could have strength tarot card and make them into ace. That's why. Oh, I need steel card. High card. More high card? I mean, sure. Oh, this is even better. I should try to copy more steel card actually for this one. One more. Hey! How much ace do we have? 21. 21? Very nice. Oh. Normal amount of aces? Yeah, definitely not cheating. Me cheating? Never. Convert the left card into the right card. Gold seal guarantee money. And I have times 3 now, so... yeah, it's good enough. Yeet. 20, 23, 23. Yo! Once 23, we take those. A blue seal. I want to see how strong this can get. So I'm gonna put this one here. And this one will only trigger a few times. Yeah, I want to see how strong this can get. Oh. Pretty good. Pretty good. Ooh, spectral card. Creates a random rare joker, sets money to 0. Converts all cards to a single random suit. Add a blue seal to a selected card in your hand. All of these are bad. Oh, hearts? No. Ooh. Bean. Your anus? Boss blind. What do you do? All hard cards are debuffed. How many hard cards do I have? 22. Wow, the most. Shit. I could reroll that. Oh, this is even worse. Wait, oh no. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Oh god. Well. Oh no. Okay, I just put blueprint here. Oh. At least I have a full house. Oh. Okay. Tarot card appear 4 times more frequently. Ooh, holy shit. Mega Arcana pack. I need to destroy cards. And I need this to be 10. Are we at 500 million? Oh, 7 million, okay. One more. 10. Yeah, it really skyrockets. Like, I believe the next one is 500 million. I don't even know if I can get past this one, to be honest. I want to see if this one works. I think this is better, question mark? Because this one times 3 now. Four hands. I might have a chance. Nice. Nice. Money. Oh, 2 of them. I don't know if that's better. I think at this point, this is better because of glass card. And we've seen the power of glass card. That's pretty good. Wonder if glass card only checks once? Maybe? Feels like it. I'm not gonna buy any more cards. I don't have hologram. I don't need that. Bonus card, stone card. No. Because 10 rolls without a crack is lucky? Yeah. I feel like it only checks once. Alright, and save money. I'll give the glass to an ace. Alright, 10 mil. Nice. Holy shit, how the fuck? So this one changes the last is good. Oh! Whoa. It's not a 10 though, but it's a steel card. Ooh, justice is good. I want it. Wild card. One more? Yo, nice. Okay, good. All spades card are debuffed. My second most one, right? Oh, no, actually no. I think I can do this. The go out. Maybe? Try. This might win. Since it's a winning, I gotta discard more cards. Hopefully I can get more steel cards, I think. No, blue steel. Okay, good enough. Alright, let's try this. Oh, that's pretty good. But the next one is 500 million, so... Oh, it's 300 million, sorry, my bad. Still... Go to whatever card. Destroy one random card in your hand, add 3 random enhanced face cards to your hand. Red seal to one of yours. Foil purple seal. I think purple seal right now is good, so that I can discard it. Discard it so that I can get tarot card. And nah. Oh, now you only give me hologram? Oh, too late. Oh, fair enough. I mean, it's okay. It's uncommon too. Yeah, I don't think I want to use more money. If I somehow made it to 300 million, then I don't know. Only one hand, 300 million, wow. I'll change this gold card to steel. No glass card, so it's a little bit scary. Because of that, I'm gonna let this trigger 2 times. Oh, didn't trigger. Not even close. Have fun getting rich like dragon. Hong Shu, Hong me, me. Have a good sleep, Dan. One last discard. Alright, here we go. I mean, I think this is the best that I could do. Damn. Yeah, Full House is way stronger. Oh. If Full House is way stronger... This works too, I guess? I mean, this is Steel card changing against Steel card. These two is just sad. Alright, here comes the Full House. No. It was a good run. A really good run. This is like the best I did. That is actually the best I did. About 200 million that I did. I didn't think glass card would be that strong, but yeah, glass card is really strong. Wow. All cards and packs are in shop are 50% off. 5 glass cards in the deck. Every glass card that is destroyed. Oh, I need to destroy a glass card? 2500 cards. Permanently gain 1 hand per round. Oh, that's pretty good. Total 20 playing cards from the shop. Playing cards in the shop may have an enhancement addition and or a seal and or. Oh shit. That was a good run. I think I ran a two run takes 5 hours. Play every heart in your deck in a single round. Every heart? Still so many unseen, Joker. They never say like how to find them. 30 cards with club suit in your deck. So 30 each of the suit. Have a gold playing card with a gold seal. Have I never had that before? 5 card hand that contains only gold cards. Win a run in 18 or fewer rounds. Can we skip rounds? Oh, we can skip line 12. That contains 4 7 of clubs. That's very specific. Discard 5 jacks at the same time without playing a three of a kind. In one hand, earn at least 100 million chips. Didn't I do that? Oh, did I do it in 2 hand? I think I did it in 2 hand. Win a round without ever having more than 4 jokers. Discard a royal flush. Every heart in your deck. At least 2 polychrome jokers? And then the question mark. Discover every planet card. I think I only have 1 more planet left. Yeah, 1 more. I don't know what I'm missing though. Don't know what tanks are. I got every tarot card. Tarot card is fun. Except for this little shit right here. The Wheel of Fortune never works. Spectral card is fun. Yeah, this game. Oof. Oof. Woof. Oof. This game. Oh god. Maybe I feel like tomorrow. I kind of want to play some. Counter Strike. I don't know. It may happen again that I said that yesterday I want to not play Balatro and today play Counter Strike or something. Didn't happen. Balatro is too strong. It pulled me in. Right? It pulled me in. Crazy. The game is too addictive. I don't know why though, but man, is it good. I play Shooty with you tomorrow maybe? Sure, tomorrow if I play Counter Strike, then we could play together. This one. That hypo symptoms really got me. I feel so tired, like holy shit. I don't like hypo symptoms, but it happens. Oh. Premium is Tremen, huh? Oh, we can soul right into Premium. Oh. We're gonna raid into the giraffe. And Premium is amazing. I met him in Firm and have a little chat with him, and he's a. I like talking to Premium. I just think he's fun. Alright, we already found a raid target, so let me summon Bernie and stuff real quick. Hey, Bernie. Hey, Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks, Bernie. I also have a Discord channel. I announced my stream stuff over there. Like this morning, the lunch was surprisingly slow, so I delayed my stream for about an hour. Because I just reach home and then I just need to like prepare for stream. I wanted to like someday I wanted to stream actually on time, but man, have I never done that before. It's difficult. It's hard. But yeah, I announced my stream stuff over there, and also there's a dragon simping corner and an advanced dragon simping corner if you want. You know, like I spam dragon pictures when I can because because I love dragons a lot. Obviously, I'm a kobold. So yeah, I mean that's my Discord channel. Before anything, right, we're gonna ask. A giraffe is definitely stronger than a kobold, so we're going to we're gonna ask for bees. This one. A giraffe can. I'm pretty sure giraffe can give kobold uppies. I'm sure. And then let me type in the rate to premium. I mean, sometimes I call premium daddy. that's in his name, so it's all good. It's all good. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's about it. Tomorrow, most likely be playing County Strike. Most likely. I don't know, it might be... We'll see, right? We'll see. Usually when I stream, I just sort of play what I feel like I want to play during that day. Yeah. Anyway, I'm ready to raid. I'm gonna go get some food. Probably gonna get some rest after that. After that, hypo symptoms again. Gotta be careful when I play Balatro. I need to eat more. Apparently, playing Balatro uses so much brain power that it hurts. It leads me to having hypo symptoms. So I'm okay though. I just ate a bunch of chocolate, so I'm good. Yeah. I'm ready to raid. We're gonna raid premium, so before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you so much.
Not.
Ow. And also know that you guys are all heckin' loved, valid, and matter. I'm saying this one did. Oh, wait, I'm alive. Oh, yeah, love, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Kobo loves y'all. Have a nice rest of the day. Thank you. Have a nice rest of your day too, Braggy. And here comes the raid to Premium. Actually, another Southeast Asian streamer as well. Oh. Oh. Ooh, milk. Hi, Lex. Hi, Lex. Welcome. Also, Papa. Raiding up. I'm still, I'm gonna wait for the. I'm gonna wait for the timer to go down as I always do. It's really hard for me to talk after I suffer from hypo symptoms. Feels weird. Feels like I'm flying or floating. Feels weird. But yeah, tomorrow most likely, probably. County Strike. I don't know. Or maybe even Tekken. But I'm thinking Tekken on Sunday, so... I don't know. But and bye, Kobo. Bye, Lex. Bye. Take care, everyone. Kobo loves y'all. Mwah. Bye. See you guys tomorrow. Take care. Take care.